Alright, so I'm continuing this. It's like this internet. As long as it holds up for about a good hour, I'm good. I'm gonna play the rest of this on my own time. Like, let's just take it too long every time I broadcast. There's some bullshit going on. Either people in the building are come on at the same time I do, or I don't know what the hell. I came on like around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Internet was acting up. I come back in the evening. Internet is still acting up. It's like, what the hell's going on within my place, man? Is there someone like in the building, or someone's in the building occupying internet? It's like someone doesn't have a fucking life. Alright, so I've had 3 suspects. Mystery man, wife. I would have the kid, but the kid is a red herring. Obvious red herring. So I would put anomaly as the third person. But then I thought about it and say, well, anomaly could be someone, yes, different, but associations are also could be said killer. Mystery man could be said killer, but mystery man could also be a red herring. And killer could be something like a dumbass corporation or something like that. Send someone to do assassination. So company is involved as well. Companies said killer, but if the company is the one that has the gun and telling the person to pull the trigger, though the trigger might be the mystery man, the company is the actual killer. So, or business. So there's 4. I wrote all this stuff down. I classified them based on colors. Purple is anomaly, red is mystery man, wife is brown, and of course, I believe company is blue. When I draw an arrow, the arrow will represent what color they represents. So far, so good. And I have to check out Mr. Nelligan once more. Have a nice little conversation with him. And I've now discovered that someone else was snooping around at Woodsman Lee place. And Mr. Scotland Yard, Detective Lestrade, and his people caught him. And they're questioning him. Seems like they want to force it out of him. Holmes better get involved, because what is the whole thing with Holmes and Scotland Yard? He always believes that cops are a bit incompetent when it comes to their detective work. They do a standard job of what standard cops are supposed to do. And an investigation, but it's all very systematic. They do things systematic, and that always irks Holmes, for which he sees them as robotic. Like, you can't really catch a killer if you're thinking systematically, even though some of their tactics do work. So let's go back in this room from before. Speak to Lestrade again. Should I identify anything? Well, he's identifying the shape of nose of suspects.
How is the investigation going, Mr. Holmes? Do you have any idea who the murderer is yet?
Okay, so let's see. New evidence stuff taken from the person they just caught. So this is our boy Nielsen. And this is the property of the person they just caught.
These are the suspect's belongings.
Oh, aren't it? Okay. Thought they would take the stuff from the person they claimed they just caught and put it here, just like for suspects. This was suspect stuff. This is also suspect stuff, and the person they caught thought they would put it in here, but I guess they didn't. So this is stuff Holmes found, and this is the stuff that was on the kid. The boots, fine. We'll try the boots. It's the most obvious.
Liam Hurtley's old boots. They're a size 9.5.
Wonder why he doesn't just put it back. 9.5.
The stains are fresh. They can be removed with the proper chemicals. A pen. Nothing unusual about it.
Okay, so these were the stuff that was found on the site. Prior to Mr. Black Carey's death. 9.5. Kid is obviously not a 9.5. Liam Hurley's old boots. That's 9.5. Well, it does tell you who it is, who the boots belong to, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's the person Liam Hurley wearing it, unless the person that they caught is Liam Hurley. Wait a minute. If this is okay, so let me go back. If they took the evidence from the person they caught and it's actually a Liam Hurley, then they're taking the boots to see if it matches the boots of the person which Holmes found on the scene, such as this boots, and see if it's the same as. Okay, so this is all Liam Hurley's property, so my bad. Okay, so this is Peter Carey's boots, and they're assuming that by taking it off to match it up if it's the actual boots that was on the ground. If it's Liam Hurley, the person they caught. 9.5 boots. This isn't associated with this because this was prior to the suspect that was caught. CPR, which is someone was working in Canada or someone invested in a Canadian bond. But the name of the person, who that person is, was torn off. Person doesn't necessarily have to be working in Canada, but have an associate that worked at the Pacific Railway. For which names, or maybe the person did work there, but it was some time ago. It's not like you could rotate it or anything, and it's not associated with Liam Hurley because he just got caught, and this was before, unless Mr. Liam Hurley was on the ship, the Sea Unicorn, with Peter Carey back in the days. But he would have to be a certain age. Much older than a normal man. Probably around Holmes' age or older. It could be around Black Peter's age. Perform analysis. So this guy Liam Hurley was snooping around. So, okay. let's say Liam Hurley saw cops there and he wanted to he was a nosy busybody and he just wanted to enter and see what the whole fuss was about. Probably went around town, hey, you see cops there, something about Peter Carey get killed, I want to know for myself. Let's say he's just a busybody. If he's just a busybody, he's stupid as hell. But it's highly unlikely he's just a busybody. Either someone sent him there, throw off the scent of association of the murder, which means multiple people will be showing up to that location, not just the kid, not just Liam Hurley, but someone else again, which Holmes should be thinking about that. Or Liam Hurley and the kid both showed up to the residence in association with Peter Carey. First, or should I say, first Liam Hurley showed up and had a drink with Peter Carey. Then he left, and then the murderer came thereafter, kill him, and then they left, and then the stupid kid came in, sent either by the killer or Liam Hurley to get an acquired property. So, but that's 3 people that showed up to the location at that time, which is highly unlikely, because if it's 3, then that means this is going to be a 4. And if there is a fourth person that showed up there, it would make no sense that more than 2 people showed up or more than 3 people showed up and only 1 person decides to leave their boot prints, which means everyone who showed up and saw boot prints decided to make sure they didn't leave boot prints in the floor. So everyone is behaving suspiciously except the person who left their boot prints in the floor. It seems highly unlikely that they would all do the same thing if it was 3 people. So I would put it down as there were only 2 people, because you're now going into territories of more than 1 person is being suspicious after seeing boots on the ground or in the soil. So I understand the killer would do such a thing, but the next person would decide to be evasive and not make sure his footprints are on the ground as well, and the kid as well, if it's not the next person. No. This person, Liam, was probably the first person that came to see him, and it just so happens that the red herring turned out to be the kid that showed up thereafter. That's all. There were only 2 people that showed up during the time of that murder, one that came in before, and then the murderer thereafter. Or the murderer before, and then the person thereafter, which then took off. Which could have been Liam Hurley. The kid is just there to be a blockage, a blind. Like I said before, that's very likely the case. But if there's another person that showed up, a 4th person that showed up, then it's definitely a blind. And someone's intentionally trying to not make Holmes figure out what's going on. So, let's go with Liam Hurley was the person that went in there to have a drink with him. That's an assumption, because I haven't fully checked this image yet. Ink stains. There was no ink in Peter Carey's place, and the only way for an ink stain to be completely covered on a picture is if he had it in his pocket and a struggle happened and he had the pen in the same pocket, for which the ink stain, or should I say the pen, got ruptured, destroyed, and fell against the picture. But it will also stain his jacket if that's the case, if it was in his pocket, or breast pocket, or pocket, pants pocket. That would make sense for why so much ink would be on his picture. Or he works in a place where there were ink stains. He spilled ink on it from a place that he worked, an ink factory or something. I'm gonna go with, I'll have to investigate it first. I can't just come to a conclusion that said it was due to struggle that the ink was there. And I can't go according to just the boots itself, unless I'm able to look at the boots carefully, which the game's not going to allow me to do either with both of them. So we'll see.
These are the suspect's belongings. A pen, nothing unusual about it.
If there's nothing unusual about it, why was there a lot of ink on the picture then? Shouldn't Holmes be drawing a conclusion that, I mean, if there's nothing unusual about the pen, it's basically the game saying that it wasn't from the pen the ink came from. Because if it was, it would have ink stains all over it, so it's not from the pen, which means it was not during a struggle for which the pen leaked onto the picture. Unless Holmes would say something about that, so the ink came from somewhere else. And if he does go back to the ink, and he does zoom into the ink and the pen, then that means why didn't he do it now? Why wait for the story and then decide to examine the ink? It's kind of silly if that's the case. Alright, so Liam Hurley. I'll now speak to Liam Hurley. So should I put him as a possible suspect? I would put Liam Hurley as an associate with the anomaly. Part of the anomaly. Not fully a suspect. Same as the kid, Liam Hurley. Could also be a blind. Or could be the man that exactly showed up there to have conversation with him. So our mystery man could be Liam Hurley, but could also not be the person who did the killing. So I'll also tie Liam Hurley towards the word mystery man. So I'll use the purple. Can't see the color. Oh, wrong color. Using color pencils. Alright. Liam Hurley. Why I'm doing that is because I like to figure it out for myself. I don't need the game to tell me as I'm going along. Okay, that's him. That's Liam Hurley. So who's that dude at the back there? A random criminal that was at the beginning of the game. No saying who he is. I hope it is just a random criminal, because it'd be very stupid to put him in there without the cops telling me exactly why he's in there. Let's talk.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I would like to ask you a few questions.
I've already told the police that I've nothing to say. And you're not even part of the police.
Precisely. And considering your situation, it might be wise to speak with someone who is, shall we say, rather more neutral. You are a suspect in a murder case.
I know. Inspector Lestrade told me. It's ridiculous.
Could you at least tell me who you are, and exactly what happened that you should be brought here?
My name is Liam Hurley. That I can tell you. But you're not getting any more than that.
Well, we shall see.
So it's like I said, Liam Hurley is a man of a certain age. Definitely not a young man, but probably around the same age as Sherlock Holmes, or a bit older, like say around the age of Mr. Peter Carey. And it's very likely that he is the person that went to Mr. Peter Carey's place, had a drink with him, or is an associate of Mr. Peter Carey, knew that he was got killed, found out he was got killed, but why would he be snooping around there? If he didn't show up to have a drink with Peter Carey before, then why would he show up there after? If he didn't show up to have a drink with Peter Carey before and be snooping around, unless the wife told the police he was snooping around. But the game doesn't tell. See, that's the thing that gets me. If he came to speak to his friend from olden days, he would first go to the wife. He wouldn't be snooping around, which means he was probably there having a drink with him before that person, and then said killer came thereafter. Makes more sense that way. It wouldn't make no sense for guy came in to have a drink, killer came in to have a drink, both of them have a drink together, said person kill him, obvious. But then all of a sudden, him show, or should I say the kid, show up to try to get inside of this building, to try to get the chest, for reasons we don't know yet, and then him snooping around thereafter. So 3 people, killer, him, kid. And that's too many people, too coincidental. The kid is a red herring, but he's probably an associate from the ship. Why he would decide to show up now if he's not the person who was in that room doing the drinking doesn't make sense. Why he not just go and speak to the wife? No, it's more likely he was there drinking with the person. Then he pieced out, and then the killer came in and actually did the deed. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for him to be a second person showed up, or should I say a third person show up after the kid, unless he was egged on to do so, which means said killer, who was there first, is purposely throwing people towards Holmes so that they can't lock on to him, using his friend here. So the killer is an associate of the people on the ship. Very interesting. Let's do this. Nothing about the hat, unlike the kid. He's got that late 5 o'clock shadow. His eyes don't look like anything. His clothes don't look like anything. His directions. Let's go forward. We'll go forward this time. So Holmes was looking at him from left to right. What about his mustache? Oh, scar. Really? Where does he see a scar? He sees a scar under that mustache. Am I going blind or something? Because I'm pretty sure there's no scar under that goddamn mustache. And if it is a scar under that mustache, it's the dumbest scar, or the most hidden scar of all times. You cannot tell me that that's a scar. Scar on the nose, maybe it was indirectly, but that? A scar? scar on the mouth? No. I swear to God, man. Check out the neck. He's an aged man. Look like a seafaring man. His hair is all unkempt. Clothes. For a guy who's on the sea, he's wearing some very nice looking clothes here. Unless it's all sweaty, which it does look dirty and sweaty. Is that... wait a minute. What the hell? The old scar on his neck, so wait a minute. Okay, so this is a game glitch. It glitched out. So the game glitched out. It went through his face and went directly towards the scar on his neck. So from the front view, it just aimed towards the neck. Yeah, that's... I'm taking a point off from that. That's stupid as hell. That's bad. It's bad game design. So I'm now down to a 6 in regards to the game. But I am... well, actually, I'm taking it... I took it down to a 6, but if I'm thinking about it, since I've been playing, there are two very things that interest me. The fact that I've round up four different people or 4 different suspects, so I give it a point for that, and the fact that there's possibly amongst those people something that doesn't fit, an anomaly, so I give it a point for that as well. The story itself is interesting and how it's set up, so technically I'm still at a 6.2. Chair doesn't apply. Buttons. Okay, what's this? Handkerchief. Crested tit. Okay. Crest might represent something. Okay. What's this? His pants or his boots? Plant remains. Like he brushed through plants. Well, if he did brush through plants remains, it would be his boots found on site for bumping into the plants before he met Peter Carey. Or ran into Peter Carey. So, it's like I said, he's most likely the guy that was there to have a drink with him. He peaced out, then the killer showed up, killed him. Or the killer showed up, killed him. And then he came in to visit Peter Carey, walking in ignorantly, not knowing what's going on, saw the body, got scared, ran away. And the kid was a definite red herring. Well, they took his boots off, so but he's still wearing boots. The hell? So they gave him shoes. They took his boots off, but they gave him shoes. Interesting. Wait. L1. Okay, let's look at his hands. Garden hands.
That's all for now.
Okay, so at least somewhat of a mystery is solved with regards to the gardener. The wife lied about Peter Carey being the person who took care of the garden. And this guy, who's obviously someone that came in to take care of Peter Carey's garden. This person is probably the gardener, and is someone who probably drinks with Peter Carey every now and again, for which Peter Carey probably tells him his little stories, for which they probably had a drink together. No big deal, because he's very familiar with the person, unlikely to see this person as the killer, for which he probably would not be the killer, but the person being the killer would know that it's most likely that he would be blamed. So it's also most likely that the gardener would think nothing of the situation with Mr. Peter Carey, but walking on the soil. If the murder happened before he showed up, he wouldn't be able to see Mr. Peter Carey dead inside of his place, stuck to a wall, before or after, because he would have showed up, stepped on the garden, had a drink with him, left. So even before or after, he wouldn't know. This person, who's Mr. Liam Hurley, could also possibly be an associate of his on the Sea Unicorn from way back in the days. Gave him a job after business went bankrupt. Is now doing gardening for him. Highly unlikely, but I would say my suspicion with regards to him being a friend from Sea Unicorn is now the only thing I've truly gotten wrong in the game. But I can't fully guarantee that that's the case. What I do guarantee is, so I'm half wrong and half right. He probably does drink with Mr. Peter Carey, has conversations with him, knows him quite well. Doesn't necessarily mean he was on the Sea Unicorn or is an old friend of his. He's an old friend because he's a gardener, but not in association with Sea Unicorn. So that's about the only thing I got wrong. But then again, I might not have gotten that wrong at all, because the game hasn't revealed anything. I'm just making my own assumptions and deductions that he's not part of the Sea Unicorn. I'll be very surprised if he is. So I got half of things right with regards to him, and about the other half wrong. And how would I have known any of that anyway? He was literally just thrown into the game out of nowhere. But at least I got half of it right. But there's still much to be investigated with regards to this gentleman, and I doubt the game is going to allow me to do so. So I could still be right with regards to the Sea Unicorn, for all I know. Did he leave anything in here?
I'm not saying another word.
Mr. Holmes?
What am I doing here? I've done nothing wrong.
What does our friend Mr. Lestrade think about all this?
How is the investigation going, Mr. Holmes? Do you have any idea who the murderer is yet?
I have some, but I'm not going to tell you, Lestrade. Our mystery man and our anomaly are both connected somehow. Gardner, huh? Let me look at my notes. Lie about Gardner being husband. Now I could connect her to Peter, to Liam Hurley. So, Liam Hurley. So now I have one arrow going towards Liam Hurley, and then 1 arrow from the anomaly, where Liam Hurley is located at, to Mystery Man. And only 1 arrow from creditors to Mystery Man. So 2 arrows are now One arrow goes towards anomaly and another arrow comes from anomaly. So anomaly is glowing a little bit brighter, even though Mystery Man is the brightest. Yes. But his anomaly is a little bit more brighter than the wife now. Incorrect. The wife is on equal footing with the anomaly. She is unaware of visitors who saw Peter Carey. That's what I wrote down. But yet the gardener is Liam Hurley. Maybe he's not. Freaking internet, man. I switch. 30 minutes and already acting up. So, unaware of visitors. So, wife is very much... The wife is equally as bright as the anomaly now. But less bright than the mystery man, the person who did the killing. So, mystery man and wife are very much neck to neck. Because the wife lied about Gardner, or about visitors in association with Gardening or his husband. She's unaware. I think she lied twice. Lied about Gardner, and then she's not aware of visitors or anyone that came to see him. I think that's a lie as well. If the gardener is someone that came to his place on a regular, after he does gardening, he has whiskey with him, that gardener is considered a visitor, even though the gardener works there. I mean, I can't fully say Liam Hurley is the gardener just because a bunch of grass is hit against his leg, but he could be an associate of Peter Carey, either gardening or Sea Unicorn. So the wife is pretty much bright right now. Not as the main suspect, but as a secondary, and Anomaly is in third place. So what do we have here? Liam Hurley is a tough one. Is he trying to hide? Well, I'm gonna go to the wife. Because I believe she's hiding something. We'll do some deductions at the moment. Just these four already did all this. Yeah, they're all unassociated with each other. Okay, so there's nothing to deduce yet.
It seems that the garden was well maintained.
Nine and a half. Well, he said that the boost that Peter Carey was, Mr. Hurley is a 9.5. So, and he took the boost, so he's gonna use Hurley's boost to check this out. So, might as well go ahead. Most likely, it's Hurley's boots because he's the gardener.
These boots match the footprints exactly.
Oh yeah, just like I said. Doesn't necessarily mean he's the gardener. It just means that it's his boots because he was right next to the carrots. I'm assuming these are carrots. They brushed against his leg. And now I'm gonna speak to the wife. Like, why did you lie to me about your husband being the gardener? Would it even let me?
Does the name Liam Hurtley mean anything to you?
No, I don't know anyone by that name.
She doesn't know
Thank you,
anyone by
madam.
that name. She doesn't know anyone by that name, but she looked away. So if she doesn't know anyone by that name, and let's say she's telling the truth, then Hurtley is not the gardener. So I'm right again on that count. Hurtley can be, or Hurley can be, I think Holmes called him Hurtley. Hurtley can be either gardener or someone on the sea unicorn. So it was one or the other. I can't 100% lock into who he was, but I 100% knew it was highly likely that it was his boo, and was also highly likely that he was the one that came to have a drink, whether he was the gardener to have a drink with Peter Carey, or he was a member of Sea Unicorn to have a drink with Peter Carey. So I'm right on that count. I'm wrong about him being gardener, but I'm right now about him being Sea Unicorn. So it went back and forth. I didn't assume that he was on the Sea Unicorn, but the game now tells me, through the wife admitting she'd never heard about him, destroy the whole gardener thing. Because how would she not know his name if he was the gardener? So he was a Sea Unicorn person, and it's most likely that he came to speak to him. So half right, half wrong. But how can I be completely right? It's not like I can say this guy is exactly the gardener. You cannot tell me otherwise. He's the gardener. The game is the one that made up the scenario and situations, and the game is the one that reveals who people are. I could get as close towards the actual truth as I possibly can, but the game is the one that's going to reveal that truth to be true or a lie. So, in regards to who Hurley is, half true, half lie. I half and half got it. Or maybe I mostly got it because I've always suspected Hurley to be the person that was on the ship. And the whole gardening thing is a ploy in the game. Another blind. Just like the boys are blind. The boy is used by the said criminal to throw Holmes off the scent. And the gardening thing is used in association with Hurley to throw Holmes off the scent. Our criminal, it has a nice little vantage point. Yes, that seems likely the case. So I can't really say I'm half wrong, because how can I be half wrong about something I don't know anything about? I'm only half wrong based on trying to say this is exactly who it is. And the game says, no, you're completely wrong. The evidence say otherwise. Well, the evidence wasn't present in the game from the very beginning. The evidence show up thereafter in the form of Hurley, or Hurtley, that's sneaking around the place, and only through acquiring his items could I make deductions thereafter, not at the beginning of the game. So, in that sense, I'm not wrong. I'm mostly right. Because who would be able to do such a thing and know such a thing without in advance? Hurtley. But here's the thing. It says he is a gardener. See, this is what I don't understand about the game. She's never heard of William Hurtley. She lied about her husband taking care of the garden. So someone was actually taking care of the garden. So if Hurtley is the gardener, and he's not, on the Sea Unicorn, it would then mean that he took care of the garden without her knowing. But how would he be able to take care of this garden without the wife knowing? That would mean she would have to not be here on certain days to take care of the garden. Which means she would have to go to church, or she would have to be somewhere else. The time for which the gardener, Hurtley, would come here. Not Peter, but Hurtley would come here and take care of the garden. Let's say Peter Carey tells Hurtley, show up here and take care of the garden when my wife is not around, so that she could think that I'm taking care of the garden. So that when I come home, because I'm retired, she gets this big old lie and assume that I'm actually doing something at home when I'm actually off doing something else. So I'm going to pay you to do the work of a gardener, so that my wife doesn't get suspicious of what I'm actually doing, which is probably stealing or doing jobs on the sea. So, if Mr. Hurtley is not a friend of his from olden days on the Sea Unicorn, who just decided to come to him to take a job, or just a regular gardener, if he's not a Sea Unicorn person, then he was someone just hired to do the gardener and to keep on the down low. So either way, I'm half wrong and I'm half right. No matter which way it goes, I am half wrong and half right. Hurtley, I knew, is the person who the person Boots was, and that he's possibly the gardener. And if he wasn't the gardener, he was on the Sea Unicorn. It's one or the other, or it could still be both. What is out of place is that, or should I say it's not really out of place, is that she had no knowledge that Hurtley was taking care of her garden. So she's either both-faced lying, or it's most likely the truth. Hurtley was hired by Peter Carey to take care of the garden when she wasn't around. So anomaly, Hurtley knows Peter Carey. He has a certain amount of strength because he does gardening, at least. Highly unlikely if he's associated with the bankruptcy. So the wife is unaware of Hurtley. But Hurtley is aware of her. So she didn't lie about the gardener. So I'm going to remove that line that I draw towards. Actually, I'm not, because she could actually still be lying about the gardener. But I'm going to, in my head, remove that line, even though I'm going to keep that arrow pointing towards anomaly. So Hurtley is becoming more of an interesting subject matter, because he was hired in secret to take care of the garden. So Peter Carey could do whatever he's trying to do to pretend to his wife that he's actually retired and doing gardening. So it's more than likely that Peter Carey was doing suspicious activities. But with who? Said mystery man? Yes. or creditor's business. Okay, so I'm going to put Mystery Man is no, no, no. Still, there's no guarantee it has anything to do with creditors, and there's no guarantee that Mystery Man has anything to do with Anomaly, Hurley, or a Makise, or a kid. Mystery Man does have to do with Peter Carey and his possible lie of actually being a gardener. But Peter Carey is dead, so I can't tag him. So Mystery Man's sole purpose, I'm gonna have to create another line, not an arrow, and put worked with Carey in secret. Good. Alright. Things are getting very interesting. Now I could say the same for Liam Hurley, work with Carey in secret. But it's more like he was working with Carey in secret to hide the fact that he was guarding, not to actually do anything nefarious. So I can't connect Hurley to Mystery Man. Two secrets. There are two different secrets. Secrets to being guarded, to pretend to be doing something or not, and then secrets towards doing criminal activities. So, not connected. Yes. Holmes also took a handkerchief, so let's see what's going on here.
This place is not covered with dust, like the rest of the shelf.
Yes,
An object was taken from here. It was larger than a book. A box or a small chest, perhaps. The tooth. Old navigation instrument. Old navigate. Someone drank. Someone. Rum.
Let's see. No. So she doesn't know Hurtley. She's unaware of Hurtley, so showing her the handkerchief wouldn't do much of anything.
Such a thing? My poor husband.
It seems that the garden was well maintained. It seems that the garden was well maintained.
So it is not glowing anymore because we found out that it's Hurtley's boots.
It seems that the garden was well maintained.
Over here as well. Alright. Alright, nothing here. Let's check. Well, I spoke to the wife, and he can seem not to be a usual thief. What's his role in all this? I could tell you what his role in all this. He's a blind. He's a scapegoat. The bad guy knows who he is and who his father is. Perfect little scapegoat to put in Holmes' path. I think Holmes' biggest obstacles, whether it's movies or in games or in books, is the time it takes him to solve something. If the enemy is trying to delay him, so they could either get away or to concoct something to put in his place, to lead him into a trap. I think I got everything from here. I think so.
These are the... A pen.
Well, I did take a handkerchief from the last one.
These are the suspect's belongings. A handkerchief with the initials JHN.
Yes, it was the same as on the book.
I wonder if these are connected.
Okay, JHN was the engraving on the cover of the book, and JHN is, if it's his father's handkerchief, which it wouldn't be, otherwise it would be, you know, well, Joshua JHN. Yeah, it would be his father's handkerchief, and it would be his father's company or bank, for which he would have it. So it's like I said at the beginning of the game when I discovered the notebook. Like, it's no way it could be that kid's notebook. It has to be someone of importance to have an engraved notebook. So he was using his father's notebook. So JHN probably would not be in here, but I'm going to look for Mr. Hurtley's name in here, possibly. Okay. If not, then I have to stop it. It's an hour in and the internet is acting up, so hopefully it doesn't go too crazy. JHA. Alright, so I'm trying to connect Canadian Pacific Railway with abbreviations. What does that have to do with anything? The name for the person owner of the Canadian Pacific Railway bond was removed, and nothing in regards to the Sea Unicorn. Or if someone was on the Sea Unicorn who had association with Canadian Pacific Railway, the most likely person would be Joshua, to have such money to do so. Hardly like any of the stewards or any of the seamen or harpooners or even Carrie to have this property. And since the boy has the initials of various different people, names, these are probably individuals who, if he's trying to clear his father's names, are individuals who probably owe his father money, or are individuals who might be able to help him out to solve certain things. So CPR is right here, obviously, Canadian Pacific Railway, so that's present.
Now we have the proof that Nelligan's papers were indeed here. It seems that they have vanished, however.
Of course they vanished. Someone tore it and removed it to show that the name of the person who owned that bond. Remove their name from there. Okay, so this represents...
These abbreviations mean something. But
So
what?
the abbreviations are various different companies or associated companies. Well, if CPR is a certificate and the person's name is attached to the certificate, the initials aren't for the individuals, it's for the company that the individuals attached to. So each initial is a various different company rather than a person. But the code name attached to the company, Pacific Railway, are all probably certification numbers. So these are all certifications, bonds, money for which the boy was trying to collect from individuals. So the boy was trying to collect the money for this bond from this person, CPR, for which that person removed his name so no one could know that he was present on that ship when that ship went down. But no, unless this is actually his father. Yeah, it's his father's notebook and he just happened to have it. So if the father had it on the ship and the ship was claimed to have gone down, how did the boy get the notebook and certain properties from his father if they weren't retrieved from the wreckage of the ship and it was given to him after the father was claimed to have died and stuff? And who would give that to the boy other than Peter Carey himself? So maybe Peter Carey was trying to make amends with regards to the kid, gave it to him. That's what happened. Peter Carey gave this notebook to the kid after maybe apologizing that his father died and stuff, and trying to tell the kid you could acquire your money through these various individuals who owe your father money. And the kid went off probably in tears or whatever it is, hoping that he'll be able to solve the situation with regards to his father's financial problems, which he then dropped it on the ground. And then Peter Carey picked it up, probably put it on the table, or probably had it in his pocket, because he saw the kid took off and he saw the kid drop it. But knowing that Peter Carey was drunk, he probably didn't see it on the floor until it was too late because the attacker attacked him. CPR. Yes, that seemed more likely the case. So his father's handkerchief, this. So the handkerchief of the gardener. I think the gardener had a handkerchief as well.
A pocket. These are the suspects.
He took the boots and he took the handkerchief. I was hoping to compare both handkerchiefs to each other.
These are the suspects' belongings.
And to see if the handkerchief is associated with
a handkerchief.
Let me look into my notes. This is strange. There are handkerchiefs present in the game, but neither the handkerchief of the boy or the handkerchief of Mr. Hurley is present within the inventory. That's not good. Remove in August. Ship's log for August. Yes, I remember everything was going fine, but in August, his name was removed. So in August, something happened. Obviously, probably Nielsen, Joshua, was on the ship. They soon discovered that he is bankrupt or something. Someone decided to do something. It took them like 2 months to figure that out. And someone decided to take actions, or maybe they heard a message sent to their ship, and someone on the ship decided to deal with him. Someone from the Pacific Railway. Unassociated with Mr. Joshua. Someone associated with, possibly with Dawson. I wonder if Dawson called the ship by using old telegraph methods. And it took that long for them to pick up the message by coding. For the person to decide to say, I'm going to take care of Joshua Hurley. I mean, not Joshua Hurley, Joshua Nielsen. Nilligan. Mixing up these names, Nilligan. Okay, so what we got here? Liam Hurley is tough. Let's go back to Hurley. I doubt he'll tell me anything, but at least I know he's possibly the gardener.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation.
Let's go back to the pants. Yeah, I got everything from there. Did I get everything? I think I did. I think I'm missing anything.
Tell me, Mr. Hurtley, what were you doing at Woodman's Lee?
Woodman's Lee? I've never been there.
This is a funny guy. The cops literally called him snooping around Woodman's Lee, but he denied being there. I will go with the boots. It's the most obvious one. I mean, it's the obvious one. But even more obvious, the freaking cop says he was snooping around Woodman's Lee. How would he not know what Woodman's Lee is if he's actually at Woodman's Lee? Unless he doesn't know what Woodman's Lee, Jesus, what Woodman's Lee is by word. So he was just there, but he doesn't actually know that that's the name of the place, but he was there. Like, how would a man not know where he is? That should be inside this whole evidence thing. Other than the boots.
The second pair of boots that you had with you when you were arrested perfectly match the footprints found near the cabin where Peter Carey was murdered.
Footprints? That's your proof? How many men have boots like mine? That doesn't make me a murderer.
Now that your presence at Woodman's Lee has been proven, would you care to explain it?
I don't remember. What would I be doing there anyway?
This is a funny guy. He said he had never heard of Woodman's Lee, so he was just passing by, snooping around. There's probably, I mean, it makes sense. There are many men who probably have size 9.5 boots. Doesn't necessarily mean it's his. And snooping around doesn't necessarily mean that he was actually trying to go in and kill anyone. He was just probably inquisitive about what's going on. But he is a gardener, and because my notes does say he's a gardener, and someone was taking care of the garden, so why would a gardener be in a place suspicious about what's going on if he is not the person who took care of the garden? I mean, I am suspecting that him and Peter Carey was in cahoots with each other with regards to keeping the wife in the dark about what he's doing. So I'm gonna go with gardener.
Because you are the gardener at Woodman's Lee.
I'm not. How did you...
I observed your hands. They told me that you work with the earth. Small fragments of plants snagged to your trousers indicate that you were mowing very recently. But the most obvious clue presented itself in the bird embroidered on your handkerchief. A crested tit, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, you got me. Yes, I am a gardener, and I went there to get my tools.
That's all for now.
So he's a bold-faced liar. He's lying to cover his own ass. He was going to lie the whole time towards Holmes, which makes him, because he's a bold-faced liar, does not make him a murderer, but makes him someone that's extremely untrustworthy, which means everything he say can be considered a lie. If he's willing to lie about something as easy as him being a gardener, because he doesn't want to get wrapped up with murder, so he lies. But because he lies so abrasively, he cannot be trusted in anything moving thereon forward. The boy is more trustworthy than he is. He's an abrasive liar. In the presence of both the cops and Sherlock Holmes, which means he definitely cannot be trusted. Which means under the guise of not being trusted, Mr. Hurley would have to be considered. His possibilities are all over the place now. If he's that much of a liar, he can be associated with the mystery man now. He definitely knows Peter Carey. I doubt he possibly set up the kid. He did work for Carey in secret. So it could be that Mr. Liam Hurley knows our mystery man. If he's willing to lie so abrasively about not being the gardener, he's also willing to lie abrasively about keeping the secret man's identity a secret. What else can I tie him towards? The wife? Not really. So if he is the gardener, and then I'll have to go back to the wife, then that means the wife truly did not know that he was the gardener. Or if he does know that he's the gardener, then that makes the wife even more suspicious than Liam Hurley. Which means she's even more of a liar than he is. Which which means she was very much aware of who came to visit him last night, the mystery man. So I believe, depending on what the wife says, I could then tie the mystery man to business creditors, and I then could tie the mystery man towards the wife and the mystery man towards Liam Hurley, which makes the mystery man the brightest of all, which is kind of obvious. But it then also makes Liam Hurley a set associate of the mystery man, and the wife a set associate of the mystery man, for which the mystery man is a set associate of business creditors. So what makes the most obvious sense, if I could tie both Liam Hurley and the wife towards mystery man, then that means both Liam Hurley and the wife knew the business for which Peter Hurley, or the creditors for which Peter Hurley were involved. So it's going to be far easier to tag the mystery man once I realize that it's a business creditor actions rather than single individual actions. A command, more so to speak, rather than pure revenge or claiming something. They just need to be tied together, Liam Hurley and the wife, to the mystery man. Once that's done, I can kind of guess who it actually is. So let's go back to the wife. Is there anything new? I mean, there should be something new. Mr. Hurley footprints. Good. Hurley is Gardner. Okay. So he's here now. Of course Judith denies, because she probably doesn't know. If I'm right about Judith not knowing, then he did gardening work for Peter Carey in secret, which means that little chest that he has inside his room that was stolen was probably stolen by Peter Carey himself, or by the suspect, and Peter Carey together. If it's not a robbery Peter Carey did in association with said suspect, then it is something he kept from the ship, the Sea Unicorn, for which said suspect, the murderer, decided to go back and reclaim. Yes, it seems very likely that he had conversations with this killer. If it's not doing jobs with him, it's having secret conversations with him before he got killed outside of the house. So, what we got here? Okay, I got this, I got this, and I got this. I still consider this a luck of the throw rather than feat of strength, because if you think about it, the gardener, yeah, he's pretty strong. He works the garden, but it requires a hell of a lot more than the gardener to do pin a man to a wall and to do a javelin throw. Now that would require someone who's been on the sea. And if he's not someone from Peter Carey's past who's on the ship, if Mr. Hurtley says later on in the game that I used to be on the ship, then it makes sense that he could possibly do the javelin throw. If he doesn't say later on in the game, then that means he's not the person that could do a javelin throw, which means it's not him. So I'm keeping the luck of the throw rather than strength of 2 people, because then that would mean Mr. Gardner and the wife decide to both kill him, and I highly doubt that would be possible. So said Gardner, because Mr. Peter Carey is very strong. The Gardner looked like someone who would be able to overpower Peter Carey, even in his drunken state. It all depends on what the wife says. Would Peter Carey set up a drink for his gardener inside of his shed if he secretly want to not have the wife know that he is making the gardener take care of his garden? Would he be sitting with him in that room? No. He would make sure the gardener show up to take care of the garden, and once the garden is done, the gardener would have left. He wouldn't be inviting him to have a drink with him in his nice little hut. If she denies it, and still denies it, it will only mean that she doesn't know. Well, let's see what she says.
Who could do such a thing? Who could do such a thing?
She says nothing.
Poor husband.
But why would it say she says nothing? That doesn't make sense. I now discovered that he's actually the gardener that worked in the garden. Okay, so he's the gardener. Mystery solved for that.
It seems that the garden was well maintained.
Okay, the wife is saying nothing. So there's nothing here. And there's nothing within our evidence to say otherwise. What am I supposed to do now? Well, I have to investigate the murder of Peter Carey, which is in progress. John Nelligan seems to not be a usual threat. I'm a usual thief. His role in all this, I have to figure that out. It's a tough one. What is he trying to hide? So both Nelligan and Hurtley are trying to hide something. So I already came here to find out the garden with Hurtley. Spoke to the wife, no clues. Almost already talked about the boots, already talked about the handkerchief. Kid already told me about the notebook being his, the ring being his.
Someone drank from this glass recently.
And I can't say that this was Hurtley here, because this isn't back in the days where they could do fingerprint analysis, so everything has to be done with deductions best. And Mr. Hurtley didn't say anything about him being a drinker. So for the moment, I have to go back to my place and see what I can do from there. Let's put some more stuff. Peter Carey, non-smoker. Peter Carey, non-smoker, is the only one that's left. Mr. Hurtley didn't say anything about him being a smoker. Breaking attempts, nothing about that. Missing papers. The stub of bonds that got found in cabin proves that okay. So it's like I said, they're at the beginning of the game I thought the initials were either people initials or what did I say? Was it coordinate initials or initials of certain enterprises? So I was kind of right, guys, wrong and right at the same time. You can't really tag those things down. So it turns out that I was right about it being company initials rather than individual initials. So the kid has the initials of various companies with bond numbers attached to them. Various different bond numbers. Okay, so what can I attach to that? No. No. If I attach break-in attempts, several unsuccessful attempts. Well, several unsuccessful attempts of break-in according to scratches or locks. Well, if there are several, the first one was probably the kid, then came back a second time, and then the second one was probably the kid, second one was probably the wife, third one was probably the criminal. I can't say that that has anything to do with the bonds whatsoever at all, or with smoking. Missing inbox. Missing thin box. And the missing thin box probably contain, if Hellenistic treasure. They say a Hellenistic treasure was missing, which means it's not a box full of nothing but bonds, but probably a treasure. So it's more than likely whatever is in that thin box is unassociated with certificates, unless the treasure was stuffed in there with bonds. It's not identified. See, I know this is wrong, but if it's right, then it'll be stupid as hell. See? Because the Hellenistic treasure is what's associated with it. So missing papers has nothing to do with thin box. Like I knew it. But it also has nothing to do with break-in attempts, because that could be associated with the thin box. And we know break-in attempts has nothing to do with thin box or with smoking. So it's more likely that missing papers has nothing to do with thin box or breaking attempts or smoking. I don't think so. Yeah.
A new suspect, but this one refuses to talk. This case is more interesting than I first imagined.
Brave Toby. The best nose in the British Empire.
Okay, so I could finally use, let me see. Can I use this desk? No. That's Watson's desk probably. This is mine. I could finally use my analysis table to check out Hurtley's letter.
I need to prepare a chemical agent that is capable of removing fresh
ink?
ink. For this purpose, the chemicals from the flasks should be combined in a certain order to perform a chain reaction. First condition, all 7 reagents should be used. Second condition, orange reagent should be the third one in the sequence after the blue reagent. Third condition, colorless reagent should be added after the orange reagent.
Okay.
First condition, all 7 reagents should be used. Second condition, orange reagent should be the third one in the sequence after the blue reagent. Third condition, colorless reagent should be added after the orange reagent.
Okay, so basically, it's saying I could put anything as the number 1, as long as it's not blue and it's not orange. And what was the third?
First condition,
The white
all
reagents?
7 reagents should be used. Second condition, orange reagent should be the third one in
Yeah.
the sequence after the blue reagent.
The white one
Third
should be
condition,
fourth.
colorless reagent
Oh,
should be
colorless.
added after the orange reagent.
Okay, so I could throw anything as number 1. Orange, orange, colorless, colorless, blue, blue. So green is going to be number 1. Go on, use blue. I mean green. And of course number 2 is blue. And orange. And colorless. And it says all 7 must be used. Okay, so first green, then blue, then orange, then colorless. So that's 4 already. So I need to use colorless 3 more times. Would it allow me to use colorless 3 more times?
No, something isn't right. I need to start the reaction from the beginning again.
Okay, so I'm not supposed to use colorless. I have to go back at the beginning all over again. Okay, so I start green, and then I start blue, then I start orange, then I start colorless, then I start green again. Wait, but wait a minute. Oh, my bad. Wait, can I put it back? I can't put it back. Reset. Oh, I see. He has 2 blues, 2 oranges. Okay, so, I'm not thinking. Alright, green. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, okay. So both blues are going to be used. Three. Four. Five.
No, something isn't right.
What do you mean something isn't right?
I need to start the reaction from the beginning.
You said all 7 must be used. Well, should I have not started with green? It says blue comes before orange. So are both... Wait. Are both
First
blues?
condition, all 7 reagents should be used. Second condition, orange reagent should be the third one in the sequence after the blue reagent. Third condition, colorless reagent should be added after the orange reagent.
Okay. Okay, so maybe green is the last one. And start with blue, because it's talking about sequence. Okay, so the first 2 are blue. The second in the sequence thereafter is orange.
No, something isn't right. I need to...
Okay, so I'm not supposed to use 2 of a kind. I'm only supposed to use 1. Oh, okay, I think I understand now. I think I understand. So blue comes before orange in sequence. So it should be blue, orange, and then clear directly at the end. But it doesn't say anything about clear directly at the end. But it does says blue or orange comes in sequence after. It doesn't say double orange though. Orange. It just says in sequence thereafter. So it doesn't say blue is 1. It just says blue comes before orange and orange is third. So at least I know blue and orange are 3 and 4, or 2 and 3. Blue and orange are 2 and 3. So if it's blue, orange in sequence together, but if I put blue directly after orange again, it wouldn't be in sequence. Or maybe that's the whole thing. It's a bit weird though. Maybe that's the whole idea. And blue and orange again. But that doesn't make sense.
No, something isn't right.
Exactly.
I need to start the reaction from the beginning again.
Or maybe it's present on the paper, I'm overthinking it.
First condition, all 7 reagents should be used. Second condition, orange reagent should be the third one in the sequence after the blue reagent. Third condition, colorless reagent should be added after the orange reagent.
It's shown in this picture that blue is first, and then there's 2 questions in the middle, and then orange comes after blue, but what's in the middle? And then orange again, and then white at the end. So I'm doing things from memory instead of just paying attention to the picture. I should just pay attention to the picture rather than do things from memory. So blue, and then orange. Wait, but it just basically say orange is the third. It says orange is the third in sequence. So even though orange looks like it's the fourth here, it's also the third. So is it is it related to the picture or not? I don't think so. So it's blue, orange, blue and orange.
No, something isn't
Yeah.
right. I need to start the reaction from the beginning again.
Yeah, I'm paying attention to what he's saying rather than what's on the piece of damn paper.
First condition, all 7 reagents should be used. Second condition, orange reagent should be the 3rd one in the sequence after the blue reagent. Third condition, colorless reagent should be added after the orange reagent.
Orange should be the 3rd one after blue. So blue has to be 3rd one. I mean the 2nd one. And orange is the 3rd one. So blue. So is it blue, blue, orange, orange, orange and white? Is that what I'm seeing here? I can't be right. Blue, blue, orange. Blue, blue, orange. Orange.
No, something isn't
Yeah,
right.
it's
I
blue,
need to
blue.
start the reaction
It's
from
blue,
the
blue,
beginning
orange.
again.
It's blue, blue, orange. But orange cannot be the 4th again. Okay, so it's blue, blue. Orange is the 3rd, like it says. Okay, so if I put green here, then it makes more makes more sense. But it says transparent reagent is the last. At least this picture is showing it that way.
No, something isn't
Yeah,
right.
but that doesn't
I
make
need
sense.
to start the reaction from the beginning again.
Blue, blue, orange. And instead of... But didn't I do this already? With the white? I'm pretty sure I did. And he said no.
No, something isn't right.
Yeah.
I need to start the reaction from the beginning again.
So green and white cannot be after orange. Neither green nor white could be after orange. But neither orange can be after orange as well. So if I put blue, blue, orange, orange cannot be after orange. Nor can white be after orange, nor can gray be after orange. So we can't start with blue. It says blue is before orange. But does it mean directly before it, or does it mean it's the first thing you pour in? And green comes in second, and of course orange is third. But he basically did say, you know, freaking orange is directly after blue. I mean, he basically said that. So blue, green, orange, and I only have blue and the clear and the orange again. Alright, so I'm gonna go clear. So blue, green, orange. I don't have another green, so I'll go clear.
No, something isn't right.
Okay.
I need to start the reaction from the beginning again.
Okay.
No, something isn't right. I need to start the reaction from the beginning again.
Okay, so neither blue or transparent comes directly after orange is the third. But green cannot be in the second either. So what the fuck, man? Like, seriously. Do I start with transparent as the first? Is that what it's saying? And start with transparent and end with transparent? Because what he's saying was showing an image of two different things. But I'm going according to what he says, not according to what's on the paper. So, okay, so everything is now in its proper place. The odorless one, the blue is in second. Orange is in third, like he said. But then again, he has orange here again. This is what doesn't make sense. He has orange as a fourth here. But he basically says orange is a third. Alright, so I'm going to go with, since 3 of them has been used, I'm going to end it with transparent, and I'll put the green as the fourth. Or maybe, oh yes, blue and orange again. Transparent, blue, orange. Transparent, blue, okay. Wait. Transparent, blue, orange, and then and green. Yeah, I think I screwed up.
No, something isn't
Yeah,
right.
I think it's transparent, blue, orange,
from the
transparent, blue, orange,
again.
and then ends in green.
No, something isn't right. I need to start the reaction from the beginning again.
Okay, so it's transparent, blue, orange, transparent. Transparent. Blue. Orange. Transparent, blue, orange. Transparent. Transparent seems to be the last. Transparent, blue, orange. And orange, blue, transparent. Or is it reverse? Transparent, blue, orange. Transparent. Yeah. Transparent, blue, orange, transparent. Transparent, blue, orange. Transparent. Orange, blue.
No, something isn't right.
Okay.
I need to start the reaction from the beginning again.
Transparent, blue, orange, transparent. Orange.
No, something isn't right.
Okay.
I need to start the reaction from the beginning
So-
again.
So it's not blue and green at the end. Okay.
First condition, all 7 reagents should be used. Second condition, orange reagent should be the third one in the sequence after the blue reagent. Third condition, colorless reagent should be added after the orange reagent.
Okay. So transparent, blue, orange. Transparent. But I just did this, man. For Christ's sakes, man.
No, some... I need to prepare a chemical agent. First, second, third.
Okay, so it seems I have to end it with the white one, so am I supposed to start with the green? I mean, if the first condition is the green, and the second condition is the blue, which it said, and the third condition is the orange, for which it says is also correct, and then the fourth condition is the directly after the orange, and everything should be fine. So that's fine. Those conditions are fine. What comes directly after is to follow the sequence as I started before, but there's not another green to start it with. So I already put a white reagent directly at the end. So unless it's telling me to pretend that I just put in the green and then put the blue directly after and then end it. I mean, that's what it's saying. I have to put the white, or should I say colors, after purple, so I have to put the blue. But it's gonna give me some bullshit answer.
No, something
See?
isn't right.
It's like,
I need to start
then
the
it means
reaction
that,
from
then
the
it means the
beginning
green is
again.
the green shouldn't be part of the whole process. It should be like the last thing. Because orange has to come after blue in sequence. So orange comes after blue no matter what, and white comes after orange no matter what. So I either have to start with the green or I have to end with the green. So I start with the blue, and I continue with the blue to make the sequence of blue and blue together, and then I proceed with an orange, which must be in third place. And it says directly after the orange must be a clear, not an orange or a green.
No, something isn't
But
right.
then
I
that
need
means
to start the reaction.
But then that means there is no blue to start from the beginning. But then that means there is no blue to start from the beginning. Like, what the fuck? Like, you cannot start with two blues, and you cannot start with a green. If blue has to be before orange, and white has to be directly after orange, I mean, in sequence, it says it right here.
First condition, all 7 reagents should be used.
Oh shit.
Second condition,
Yes.
orange reagent should be the third one in the sequence after the blue reagent.
Yes.
Third condition, colorless reagent should be added after the orange reagent.
It says after the orange reagent. Now, after doesn't mean that directly after it, but it has to be after the orange. So it has to be showed up at the end. It can never be at the beginning. It has to be after, never before. It's like blue has to be before the orange. So we cannot start with a colorless reagent. It has to come after orange in the sequence mixed together. But I can't put two blues together because it says fuck you. So I have to go with a blue and start with a green. And it says orange is after directly. Doesn't mean it's directly after blue, but it has to be after blue. So should I put green in between blue and orange? Is that what this thing is telling me? Because if I put orange directly after orange, then it's gonna give me a titty fit. Or hissy fit. What am I talking about? You'll say no.
No, something isn't right.
And if
I
I had
need to
done the
start
same
the
thing,
reaction from the beginning.
and if I did the
again.
same thing with orange, it'll say the same damn thing. So that means green has to be in between blue and orange. So if green is between blue and orange, that means something. That means I have to start with. But didn't he say? Okay, so we're going to go with the assumption that it's not directly after blue, but orange must come after blue, but not directly after blue. And it's still in the third. Okay. And blue and white must come after orange, but maybe not directly after orange.
No, something isn't right. I
Okay.
need to start the reaction from the beginning again.
Okay, so it's blue, green, orange, and blue, green, orange, white, and then blue again. Like, this is hardest thing in the damn game. What the fuck is all this about? Like, the picture doesn't mean shit. If you try to do things according to what the picture is showing, you're not going to get any results. Unless the picture is the only thing that makes sense.
No, something...
Okay, so... Okay, so we're looking at the picture.
First condition.
Blue,
All seven.
shut up.
Second condition. Orange reagent should be the third one in
Blue
the
is
sequence
first,
after
then there's
the
two
blue
question
reagent.
marks, then there's
Third
orange,
condition. Colorless
and there's
reagent
orange
should
again,
be
and then there's
added
white at
after
the end.
Orange reagent.
So what doesn't make sense with regards to this picture is that orange is not third in the sequence. Orange is like fourth in the sequence, or maybe that's what it's trying to say. Blue, orange, orange again. Third in the sequence, and what's in between. Like, that's not how sequence works. You can't skip things and say it's in sequence. You can't skip and say blue goes directly to orange, then goes directly to orange again, and then ignore the other two here. That's not how that shit works. Fine, I'll leave a white at the end. But it says white must come directly after orange. Has to be directly after orange. But there's two whites, and all seven must be used. So white must come directly before orange as well, if I'm paying attention to things before the picture. But what Holmes is saying and what's in this picture are two different things. Is this a yellow and blue mixed green situation? I'm gonna go with white. And then I'll put another blue, and then we'll go orange. Okay, blue, white, blue, orange, orange. I'll be pissed off if this is if this is actually it.
No, something isn't right. I need to start...
Okay, so blue, white, blue, and then orange, or is it double blues? But it says white, it comes at the end. But it shows blue is the first thing here. Blue is directly... Okay, so if blue is directly orange, so blue is first, white, then blue, and then orange. Didn't I just do that? So let's say blue, green. These two connected together. So 1, 2, 3, 4. The fifth has to be orange and the last one has to be white. So the first one is blue. As long as the last two oranges are close towards the end, they're in the 6th and the 5th place. The hell's Holmes talking about third in sequence? Okay, so let's see, blue, green,
No, something isn't right. I need to start the reaction from the beginning again.
Wait, the first set was correct, but the last... Okay, so it's blue, green, white, orange, I'm so done with this.
No, something isn't right. I need to start the reaction from the beginning again.
Like, what the fuck is all this about? Like, seriously. Like, if I'm following things that the game is saying, third in the sequence, second in the sequence, blue comes directly after orange, and I'm doing that, the second would be...
First condition. All
the
7
second that
reagents
says
should
here.
be used. Second condition.
Third would be here.
Orange reagent should be the third one in the sequence after the blue reagent. Third condition. Colorless reagent should be added after the orange reagent.
So orange and white combined should be the last thing to be added with the first 4. But that doesn't make sense. 1, 2, 3. See, he has 4 here, and the last 2 are these 2 together. But he says all 7 has to be used. This game makes no fucking sense. I'm just gonna do whatever, man. I don't have time for this bullshit.
No, something isn't right. I need...
Okay, the first set is wrong. Okay. Blue, green, blue, green, or blue. Blue, green, blue. Well, third it has to be orange. So, oh, blue, green. No, but it says... Can I put this damn thing back? Reset. The second has to be... I swear to God. Second. Third. Like, don't... whoever made this game, don't they understand what sequence is? Sequence of events. Things that follow each other. This happens here. What comes directly after follows it in sequence directly after. Now, if you're skipping over something, that's not sequential. It's a break. It's a break in something, so it's not following something in sequence. It's not following a sequence. It's following a break, and then it gets back to its sequence order. Okay, so I put the green, I put the blue, and then I put a green. And then an orange, no, and then I put an orange. A blue, a green, an orange. Everything's in place. And then white is supposed to come directly after the orange. So 4. And then orange and white supposed to be at the end. But if I put another orange, it'll say no. So it has to be blue, man. And then orange and white comes at the end.
No, something is...
Okay, so the first set is bad. So I wonder if it's skipping over, if it's skipping over things. Like, it says blue comes directly before orange, and white comes directly after orange. If it's skipping over, it is talking about this at the end. The white, the orange, and then third in the sequence is orange. Third. So the third thing you should put in a sequence should be fucking orange. Second before that sequence should be blue. It even says so itself. And it says white should be placed after orange. If I place white in the bottle before I place orange, then it's bad. It's like if I... so wait a minute. So green is... I wonder if green is the equalizer. Blue, blue. Orange. White. Doesn't seem to make sense, but I'll do it. Orange should be the third in the sequence. And white's supposed to come directly after orange. But does it mean it comes directly after orange? It didn't say white comes directly after green. It says after orange. But if I put in another orange, it's going to definitely screw me over. So maybe the green is the interrupter.
No, something is...
Like, what the fuck is this bullshit? Like, if the, I swear to God, if it starts with a colorless agent, then everything Holmes is talking shit about makes no sense, because if you put in a colorless agent before you put in the orange, then the colorless agent is in the bottle mixing before you put in the orange. It's mixing with the blue, so it's in there before the orange. So colorless cannot be before the orange, just like the blue cannot be after the orange. The blue has to be before the orange. But it didn't say anything about green. That's why I started with green. So the colorless cannot be number 1 or number 2 or number 3, because 3 is orange. So the colors will have to be in the 4th place, or green will have to be in the 4th place. So I'm going to start with green, and then that's how I'm going to do it. Green, and then we now put blue second, and third in the sequence will be orange. And because white has to come after the orange, it says must come after the orange. So if this doesn't work, that means green should not be placed at the beginning. Okay, so that works. Now, it didn't say anything about colorless or colorless agent must come after colorless agent, but it must come after orange. And it says there's an orange here and another orange here. Is it trying to tell me the blue and the orange must be the last two to be present before you put in the white at the end? Well, blue has to come before orange, so I'm gonna do that. But I guarantee what will happen if I put the orange before, it will say no.
No, something isn't right.
Okay, so I'll do it the orange way.
I need to start the reaction from...
I'm gonna do it the orange way and see what he says. Okay, I'll start with the freaking green just like before. And then blue. Then orange. Now, orange must come after, white odorless must come after the orange. So I could put it in at any time after the orange. It doesn't necessarily have to be directly after the orange. So maybe that's what it's trying to tell me. But it has to come after the orange. So if I put in 2 orange, it's still 100% fine because it's orange. But this has to come afterwards. But blue must come before orange. So orange is already in. So if I put blue directly after orange, it will take it as me putting orange before blue. So I'll do it. This is so stupid.
No, something...
Alright. Okay, so the first sequence at the top was correct. The last sequence at the bottom was wrong. So it's supposed to start with green. And it's supposed to start with blue. And it's supposed to be orange, be the third. And it's showing orange again at the end here. So if I go orange again, fourth. But I swear I thought I just did that.
No, something isn't right. I need
it
to
didn't say
start the reaction
it didn't say
from
put
the
another
beginning
orange
again.
after the white. It says blue white after the orange. That's why I crossed out this one, because you're supposed to put the white after orange. Okay, so that's that. White came after the orange. So that's 4 colors used. 5, 6, 7. The 3 more colors are left. 1 white, 1 blue, 1 orange. But I swear to God, no matter what I do, if I pick blue here, it will say no. If I pick orange, it will say no. So I have to go transparent again, but it will say no again.
No, something isn't right.
So
I
orange,
need to start the
transparent,
reaction
and
from the
blue
beginning
aren't right.
again.
So orange, transparent, and blue aren't right for the top part. So what's wrong up here is it green? I mean, if it's green, then if green is what's wrong, and it has to be, if it's green, orange, and then orange again in the third, this blue has to come before orange and third in the sequence. But it didn't say orange is the second in the sequence, it says orange is the third in the sequence. So it has to be blue, blue. And then white. White has to come after orange.
No, something isn't right.
Okay, so there's
I
no
need
blue,
to
blue.
start the reaction from the beginning
There's
again.
no blue, blue, orange, white. So it's blue, green, orange, white? But it didn't say anything about green comes before orange. What the fuck? Is it blue? Is it wait. It's showing orange is the fourth. Is it Okay, so let's say I put green as third here, and or green as second, and then blue as third. I'm gonna go with the picture. That's what Holmes is saying, and what's going on is a totally different story. Okay, so I use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I have to use orange, and then it seems clear to be less, or is it clear and then orange? Okay, so this is it. So it's blue, green, blue, orange. So blue, green, blue comes before orange. So orange is not the third in any fucking sequence. If I'm looking at this image, orange is the fourth in a sequential path. Let me look up the word sequence. I would say the person who made this game is a moron. I would dock this game a full fucking point if that's sequence. I'm gonna look up the word sequence right now. I'll clown the person who made this fucking game if that's a sequence is an ordered list of elements. Right. It can be a series of numbers, letters, series of numbers or letters or events, where the order of elements is significant. In mathematics, sequences are used to study function space and other mathematical structure, where the order of elements is significant, so it's important. It can be a series of numbers. So what's a series? Things that follow in a direct path. If you've ever done electrical engineering, it's called series electricity, and it's called alternate series electricity, where the lines don't follow a direct path, they're alternate within parallel lines. But series lines follow a direct path. It means it goes like Christmas lights in a direct path. It says it can be a series of numbers, letters, objects, or events where the order of the elements are significant. Order. They follow things in order. Sequence is an ordered list of elements. In mathematics, sequences are used to study functions, space, and they don't understand things. The difference between alternating sequence in series and series, and they don't know what sequence is. Let me type in alternating sequence. Alternating sequence. An alternating sequence is a sequence where the signs of the terms alternate between positive and negative. It can be represented as positive and negative. Elements in sequence. In sequence. Sequence definition. Finition. In mathematics, the sequence are the individual items that make up an order list in order to define sequences. Essentially, a sequence in order is a collection of objects. It told me that before. Okay, so basically what this game is saying is you could skip certain things and not, or things in sequence don't directly mean that they're one after the other. They must follow in the sequential path of that line, but they don't have to be directly one after another. They could show up in third place or in fourth place. But what I don't get is when Holmes says orange must be in third place and blue must be before orange. But there's no sequence with regards to it being in third place whatsoever at all, because it wasn't in the third by the numbers. So the numbers are basically a false pretense. It's just there to fool you. And orange was never in third place. Orange could have been anywhere on the block as long as it's following the sequence directly after blue. But the numbers are just there to fool you. That's all it is. So it's following a sequential path, but it's not following a direct sequential path, as in one after the other. It's skipping. So that's what was going on. Why I was having a hard time. Things were skipping. They weren't following directly
Done.
one after
Now
another.
I can proceed.
Shut the fuck up. Whoever made this did a
Let us
poor
see if
job
the
of
content
making
of
it,
this letter
or
sheds
of
a little
making
light on
Holmes
the
explain things. Like, I'm smarter than the goddamn people who made the game, because apparently they decided to make something without properly explaining and making Holmes explain it in a logical way for it to make sense. You can't just throw in the word sequence and then have individual lines be skipped and says, okay, that's wrong, you're not following the sequence. If I'm following things in sequence in a series, it's one after the other. If I'm skipping lines and going directly, you're ignoring certain things that comes in between in that series. That had to be explained in the game. Otherwise, everything under deduction must be, I guess the complication is that, or should I say the difficulty is that you're not supposed to know. It's there to fool you, to make it difficult for you. But Holmes was contradicting what was clearly on the paper. So it was a bad game design, because what was present on the paper is not what Holmes was saying. There were two different things. Holmes was saying in the terms of it should follow a direct path, but the paper was saying it is you should skip path. So I would mark that as difficult, but I will also mark that as stupid as shit, because it wasn't explained properly. What that was is called alternating series, or capacitor series, where the capacitor is the jump, the part that skips from one section to the next. It blocks the electricity from getting to the next one, so that there's not an overload of the wire. It is intelligent how they did it. It's a smart way of doing things, but it's a dumbass way of also doing things, because it was explained improperly or incorrectly. It has nothing to do with the intelligence of the person doing the game or the intelligence of the game itself. It has to do with the intelligence of the people who make the game, who don't understand how series works.
I did as you asked and hid them well. Interesting. How would Hurtley react to this?
And I spent most of the game on that bullshit. All because the game wanted to do a blind. Like it's doing a Nelligan blind. Having the kid assumed to be the killer when it's not the killer. The game is playing... Okay, see, this is the thing I would take away the full 5 points from the game. It's not just this. I've recognized this from the beginning of the game. It's throwing in blinds left and right. First the kid, then the gardener, then the wife, everything to try to fool you, and it's not fooling you. It's just becoming an annoyance because it's trying to be smart, but it's not being smart. It's just annoying. Okay, this is his letter and contents. I did as you asked and hid them well. Hid what well? But I beg you to reconsider. Okay, I'm gonna pretend like I'm filling out the rest of these little dots. I did as you asked and hid them well, in a place where no one could find them. But I beg you to reconsider the situation that you're putting me in. With regards to the contents, I saw a suspicious person who looked very interested in acquiring the item, and I am keeping my promise, and I won't forget our vows. I have done nothing dishonorable for you. Wait, I have done nothing dishonorable for which you should be grateful to me. Okay, so he vowed, him and Peter Carey made a vow, and he hid something from Mr. Peter Carey, which is more than likely the chest. And he said, I've done nothing dishonorable for which you would consider me to be a lesser of a man or a guilty party. Okay, so let's say this is not Peter Carey. Let's say he took Peter Carey's chest and did as the person who commanded him asked. And he remembers the vow that they kept with each other. And he has done nothing dishonorable for which you would judge me incorrectly. So let's say he didn't take Peter Carey's chest. He took the chest from someone and gave it to Peter Carey. So this could either be a person that he stole it from and gave it to Peter Carey, for which Peter Carey put it inside of his cabin, and then the person came back and killed Peter Carey for it, assuming Peter Carey put the gardener up to it. Well, why didn't he kill the gardener if that's the case? Why did the killer not kill the gardener if the gardener took the item to give to Peter Carey? So it's less likely he took it from someone. More likely they took it from Peter Carey. And when Peter Carey went to look for it, he saw it was missing, and the person who came to claim it wanted to have his item. Peter Carey doesn't have it. The person says, you're playing games, kill Peter Carey. But why wouldn't Peter Carey tell him about it? Maybe he killed him so fast he couldn't say that the gardener took anything. Yeah, I'm going with that. I'm going with the gardener took something from someone. Or no, the gardener took something from Peter Carey, for which Peter Carey originally took himself. So Peter Carey had a gardener who took care of his garden, but the wife didn't know that Peter Carey had a gardener, took care of the garden, because he lied to his wife, stating that he was taking care of the garden, but the actual gardener, Mr. Hurtley, was the one doing it, which means she wasn't present at the Woodman's Lee during the time period when he was taking care of the garden, because she doesn't know his name or who he is. So there was a secret meeting between Peter Carey and the gardener with regards to who take care of the garden. And then during the process of him taking care of the garden, when neither Peter Carey was there or the wife was there, he broke in, took the damn thing, skedaddle. When Peter Carey came back, drunk off his ass one day, saw it was missing, because he came there with a friend. The friend says, "Where is it? It belongs to me." The person killed Peter Carey. That's what happens. Who the person killer is still unknown, but I kind of have somewhat of an idea. And it's none of the people who are present within my suspect list. It's not the anomaly. It's not Hurley. It's not the kid. It's not the wife. It's possibly someone associated with the business creditors, and the mystery man is associated with the creditors in some way, which has to do with bankruptcy. And it's not Emma Kesey, the person that was murdered. I would say the murderer killed Emma Kesey. So anomaly is in full swing, bright as day, and mystery man is bright. So there are two people that are very bright right now: the anomaly that is not present, and the mystery man that are present. And right on their ass is the wife, because she lied about their... Well, she didn't lie about the gardener, because she apparently didn't know the gardener, so she didn't lie. Yes. So yeah, it's the anomaly and the mystery man. The wife is less likely a subject now. So let's see here. I'm going to go to the wife one more time and ask her. I doubt she'll say anything important. So I figured out who the boots was. It's Hurtley's boots, and so that mystery was solved. But it wasn't very complicated at all. I thought Hurtley was either someone from his past on the Sea Unicorn, or he was the gardener. Turns out it was the gardener. But then again, this game hasn't revealed anything, so I wouldn't be surprised if Mr. Gardner used to be on the Sea Unicorn. Let's see if she'll say anything. I doubt she will, but let's see.
Who could do such a thing?
She didn't say anything.
Husband.
She didn't say anything because this is not relevant. So, I wonder if Holmes will say anything with regards to this now. Assuming that this was stolen.
This place is not covered with an object.
Is he going to say anything about it now? Okay, so the game doesn't want me to come back here. What I do find funny is you have this stuff all the way up here, like something is hidden up here, but it's obviously just a game design thing. And then you have this side of the place to look like it's all tattered. I believe that's a game design thing to show the damage of the place because it's old. But it's the only place on the wall where he got killed that's damaged. Everywhere else on the wall is nice and dandy and fine. Unless this means nothing, which means it would be silly for it to... Maybe it's not silly at all, it's just maybe they just didn't care. It's just doing their game design stuff. So I'm going to head back to... Since the wife has said nothing, I'm going to head back to him, Scotland Yard, and speak to Mr. Hurley. And then I'm going to speak to the boy. So, what else? Liam Hurley's letter. I did as you asked. I'd given up smoking long ago, but he might still have kept the pouch, although his wife... No. Yeah. This seems more likely the case. If it's crossed out, then that means it's none of these things yet. Good. And that means I'm correct. It's none of these things yet. This is most likely the case, but the game is now telling me that that's not it. So that means I did as you asked and hid them well. So the thin box has nothing to do with what the Hellenistic treasure was taken from his place, which means the hid well has to do with the bonds, not with the treasure, not with the thin box or whatever was inside the thin box. Has to do with the bonds, which is not present here at the moment. But it could be the breaking attempt. Several unsuccessful attempts were made to break into the scratch around the block. But that doesn't... Wait, I hope you don't consider me dishonorable. So, break-in attempts. That seemed more likely the case, but break-in attempt would have to be associated with the thin box, because there was no present of the bonds. Wait a minute, it did say the bond was located within the crime scene location of the Pacific Railway, Canadian Pacific Railway. I doubt this is it either, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is, because if you don't think someone's dishonorable, it means he did something dishonorable, such as breaking in. But I doubt it, yeah. So I seriously doubt it, but I would have been surprised if it actually is it. So neither the breaking attempts had to do with the dishonorable thing, hiding something. So neither the bonds nor the treasure chest or the tin chest has to do with the breaking attempts or with Hurley's letter. So whatever he hid, and I'm assuming it's the bonds he hid, or something related to the bonds he hid, is somewhere else, and it has nothing to do with the thin box. Holmes found this on inside of the notebook of the kid that had it, which is Milligan, with the different abbreviations, and was torn. No, Holmes found it in the crime scene within the logbook of Peter Carey. It was in there. So why would he break in to go steal the certificate? Because he didn't break in. So he's hiding something else which has nothing to do with what was present inside of the crime scene, neither the certificate or the thin box. So he's hiding something else completely different than anything else here. The missing papers. Stub of bond certificates found on the cabin. Proves that certificates. See, if I click this, it shouldn't say, it should say wrong as well, because I already clicked it before. And I click this, it'll also say wrong as well, because that makes no sense. What does being a smoker has to do anything with hiding something? So this is completely something different that's not showing up here. So I suspected it might have been a break-in in regards to the thin box being the only thing wrong, but I knew the other three was completely wrong. So this is something new. Whatever is hidden is something completely new that has nothing to do with anything whatsoever at all. This game is throwing a lot of stuff towards you at various increments, but none of them are connected to each other. About the only thing connected to each other is the wife is married to Peter Carey. Peter Carey had a gardener, and the gardener was someone that did stuff for him in secret. Peter Carey was on a ship called Sea Unicorn. Sea Unicorn was pronounced sunken or missing or something like that. And he got killed with regards to either bonds or treasure chest, Hellenistic treasure missing. But which one is the reason why he got killed for? The bonds associated with bankruptcy, or with treasure that was found? Unknown. So let me talk to this guy again.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. So tell me, Mr. Hurtley, what did you hide?
Hide? What are you talking about?
I did as you asked and hid them well. Should I continue?
My letter? But the ink? That's impossible.
A touch of chemistry, nothing special.
Well, you're a smart one. But it's nothing. If you want to know, I was referring to my tools. It was to do with my work, see?
I will check that, Mr. Hurtley. That's all for now. Hurtley's stories are false leads. But now
Yes.
I know one thing for certain. I must examine the site where the garden tools are kept at Woodman's Lee.
Yes, Hartley is a big fat liar. He's worse a liar than the kid. Everything he says is untrustworthy. Everything he claims are untrustworthy. I doubt anything he's hiding has to do with tools. Who gives a shit about him hiding his garden tools? Who would care about him hiding garden tools? Nobody. It's gardening tools. Well, he's gonna hide gardening tools just to play a peekaboo, I don't see you. Where did I hide my garden tools to grown-ass adults? This guy's a notorious abrasive liar. I'm not surprised if he's actually in cahoots with the killer. Okay, it's time to actually use your eyes for a change. Footprints. He needs to comb the site specifically well. Carefully. About time these eyes come in handy. Another thing I would say, because I've taken like a good 5 points away from the game, the eyesight only comes in necessarily every now and again. Same as the foresight, the L1. These things only coming necessary every now and again, which means they're only popping up when they're needed to pop up. Which means they're not as good as they need to be and are rarely used and useful. Holmes mostly just do the deductions more than anything else. Kind of wonder why he even have the eyesight. So I'm at a solid 6 with regards to the game. I know this is a very good game, but it's a good game with regards to the mystery. It's not a good game with regards to how it's set up and presented.
It seems that the garden was well maintained.
Let's try this over here first. If he needs to pay attention to the garden with fair details, I'm doing that with my eyes. Maybe I don't have to use my eyes. Maybe it's
It
just...
seems that the garden was well maintained.
What's going on here? Holmes did say he has to go back to Woodmansley. Inspect crime scene at Woodmansley. So the house is in question now. I wonder if it's the stuff on the ceiling I was saying before. Oh, so maybe inside of Peter Carey's cabin, the garden tools I kept on the ceiling. I knew it was on the ceiling for a reason. Be like, why put something on the ceiling at the beginning of the game? And I looked up, well, not the first video, but when I was searching the place I was looking up, it's like, why put that here to just be here? And I thought maybe it was just an aesthetic choice, but now it seems less likely. Or maybe it could still be an aesthetic choice. Maybe hit it at the back of the house instead of a ceiling. Or on the roof of the house. Nah, that's too dumb. I would suspect that he would have it underneath the carpet or on the ceiling, but it's neither on the under the carpet or the ceiling, and it seems to not be around the house either.
This window is locked from the inside. I do not see any attempt.
What is Holmes on about? According to Hurley's letter and by his own words, he hid something at the spot where the garden tools are kept. Okay, so maybe I'm not looking at the image correctly, but it's so damn small I can't tell. Oh, I am not thinking correctly. This is Peter Carey's hut, and there's another one up there, probably the garden location. Yeah. Because many things are rattling in my head all at once, so this is it. And I'm trying to solve things with regards to... Well, actually, this may not be it. Let me see the image again. It looks like it. And it's most likely it. Yeah, it is most likely it.
Locked.
Well, Holmes, kick it in.
Locked.
Well, why don't you give me the keys, lady?
Madam, we have information that the valuable stolen papers are hidden amongst the garden tools here at Woodman's Lee. We need to find them.
Oh my. Our tools are kept inside the shed that's right behind me. Here is the key to open it.
Thank you, madam. Let's see what could be hidden here.
No shit. So, here's another contradiction. Thin box. This is the thin box. In deduction, it didn't want to link the thin box towards his so-called letter that I hid the thing. It didn't want to link it at all. And I did it, and it crossed it out. So if this is not the same thin box that was located inside Mr. Peter Carey's place, this is a completely different thin box. That's what the game is telling me. So this turned out to be the same thin box. I'm going to say what the fuck is going on with this game. Do the people who made the game do not know what they're doing?
Let us see what is in this box.
Rotate clock cylinder to form a complete line. Please note. Wait, what? Say that again. It just disappears. Well, that's another point off. Sometimes when I want to read something, I have to it just disappears and I can't remember what it was saying before I wanted to say it. So now I'm at a 5.9 with regards to the game. Fine, I'll rotate all. I don't know what I'm doing because I cannot remember what the text actually said. Maybe I'm supposed to line them up together. Seems that way. Switch. Wait, what am I supposed to be doing here? Putting these lines together or putting this together? Like this?
A bundle of letters in a woman's hand with the Carey family monogram. Hurtley and Mrs. Carey were in a relationship. That is interesting.
No, it's not, Sherlock. It's not interesting at all. Not interested in the slightest. It's just another damn blind. That's all it is. The wife dislikes her husband's drinking and arguing with her all the damn time because he wants to go back to his old fishing days. He hires a gardener to do gardening in secret to take care of his garden for him when he's gone so he can make it look like he's actually doing gardening, retired. But the wife looks like she's home all the time. So if he was actually at the place doing gardening for him to make it look like he's doing gardening at Peter Carey's own payment and stuff, he would be there to take care of the garden. With her not being there and him not being there, and then he secretly run off, and then he comes back and say, "Hey baby, I took care of the garden." But then that's not the case, because then that means she's a bald-faced liar. Because my suspicions with regards to her is either she's aware that there's a gardener, or she's unaware that there's a gardener. Now it comes in full circle. She is aware that there's a gardener because she was in a relationship with said gardener, which means she was both-faced lying, saying that her husband was doing the gardening, which means Peter Carey wasn't secretly putting this guy on a path to do gardening for him just to make him look good that he was actually doing something in retirement. He actually left the facility, came home, like the wife said at the beginning, coming home drunk from God doing knows what, and probably knew that there was a gardener there to take care of the garden. So the wife is now shining a little bit bright, because now I know for certain, without a shadow of a doubt, she's lying her ass off. Same as Liam Hurtley. And the reason why Liam Hurtley is lying so loud and so bright and so abrasive is that he doesn't want to be known that he was in a relationship with the wife. Because if he was in a relationship with the wife, it would give the cops even more reason to suspect that he actually did the killing of Black Peter. That's why he's keeping quiet. Or maybe he's keeping quiet because he doesn't want anyone to know that he was actually in a relationship with another man's wife. Because then his life would go in the shitter. So she's a fake-ass human being, huh? She has a rosary. She did heaven forbids, and she's a very religious person. But she's fake as hell. Good, she's now brighter. She, the anomaly, and the mystery man are bright. Peter Hurley is less likely to be the killer. But it's now more than likely that because he's such a big-ass liar, and she's but also a huge liar, that they were probably fully aware that the mystery man that did show up to kill Peter Carey was there. Which means she probably knew that someone had showed up to her husband's cabin that night. Very well. Very good. So let's see. Lie about Gardner. Check. Dislike husband drinking. Check. Suspicious behavior about Chess. Check. But it's not the same Chess in Peter Carey's place. Because if it was, Peter Carey would open it and say, "This guy has all these letters about my wife and stuff." So it's not the same thing. Our mystery man is becoming very bright. Because now the wife has revealed to me, and Mr. Hurley has revealed to me, that they're both extreme liars. And because they lie so easily and so well, nothing they say will now be believed. Which means everything they say will be a contradiction, which means everything they say that's a contradiction will probably be the truth. Wait, what? Wait. Judy carries Liam, my dear. I'm so good. Yeah, your husband might beat your ass for cheating on him. That has nothing to do with breaking attempts. Illogical. So this is unassociated with this, but what he clearly hid is a container of letters about her. Clearly found in the container. So is it telling me that I did as you asked and hid them well, but I beg you reconsider, remember our vows. I have done nothing dishonorable for which you love me? But that would be associated with Judith. That shit doesn't make sense. It has to be Judith, unless William Hurtley's letter is not associated with this love at all. Hurtley's letter is... Come on, where are you? Hurtley's letter is associated with someone else. And it's not for which you love me, it's for which you hate me or something. So he hid something else. But Holmes went to his garden place, and he said hid them, and he told Holmes that okay, it's in my place, my garden stuff, and then he found the letters, and it's associated with Judith. So knowing that Hurtley's a big fat liar, he probably led Holmes on a straight path, and since they're not attached to each other, he's still lying. So he's defending someone. Both the woman and Hurtley knows, or at least seen, who this killer is, or they know this person quite well. That's what I'm getting from this, and I'm probably not far off. And it's associated with the anomaly. The mystery man and the anomaly are together, or they're one. The anomaly is a person that probably set up the kid. The anomaly has something to do with Emma Kisei's murder. The anomaly can either be a man, woman, or a them that has the association of that engraving notebook, which is Mr. Joshua Nelligan's notebook, which is associated with the business itself. So both the business going under and the mystery man and the murder are all together. And Liam Hurley and the wife are keeping it hush hush. Or at least they know something about it, but they're unwilling to tell. So who is this person exactly? Well, you can't tag and say, I know who this person is. This person is the killer. Like, if the person is not revealed within the game as of yet, as I'm playing it, I cannot tag someone that does not exist yet. I could tag the leads that are leading up to their doorstep, but I can't point a finger on someone that has no presence within the game as yet, that has never been shown yet or seen yet, but I know who they're possibly associated with. That's the best I could do until said killer is present in the game. It's highly unlikely it's the wife. It's highly unlikely it's Liam Hurley. It's highly unlikely they got together to kill him over some bullshit like a relationship, Because I would give the game a goddamn 0 if that's the case. Like, they said this game is good, and I knew this game is good too, because I remember playing it in the past. But I don't remember completing it either. I don't believe I got up to this point. I believe I somewhat got up to this point. So who knows? Let's continue. They both know who this person is, who this killer is. If people lie so easily and so quickly, they were aware, and they've probably seen this person who's the killer at least once or twice. Come on, lady. I understand you're lonely and your husband is a piece of shit, and you're in a relationship with the gardener. But if you knew this criminal who killed your husband, you should open your mouth now. Or at least suspect you knew someone. I wonder if I speak to her with regards to William Hurtley, would she blurt out something in association to the person attached to her and William Hurtley?
Madam, I am aware of your affinity with Liam Hurtley.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Outline in the dust. Pilgrimage has nothing to do with that. The tobacco pouch is Peter Carey's tobacco pouch. Hurley's letter. Well, Hurley's letters basically says it's unconnected towards her because I linked them together. And it says no, they're not connected, so romantic correspondence. If this is wrong, then I says, what the hell is going on then? Why would it say they're not connected to each other?
Mrs. Carey, we found your letters.
My letters? I asked Liam to return them to me. I wanted to burn them.
Why did Mr. Hurtley put them inside the garden shed?
I don't know. I wanted them back, but I couldn't see him, not after what happened.
Well, here they are.
Oh, this is terrible. Terrible. Liam, how could he? After what he has done.
You believe that he killed your husband?
No, I do not know. I do not know. Leave me alone, please.
Thank you, madam. I wonder if Wiggins has managed to find any sailors.
She's such a good actress. If she's such a big liar, and Mr. Hurtley is also a big liar. I mean, think about it. If she's really crying because she's ashamed of having a relationship with the gardener, then why would she lie about him, Peter Carey, being the gardener, and state they've never heard of William Hurtley doing the gardening? Is she that ashamed of a relationship with Liam Hurtley that she basically says there's no such man called William Hurtley, and my husband is the one that did the gardening? What else did she lie about? I believe because she's a religious person, she feels sinful about relationship. But I believe if a person is willing to get into a relationship with someone and willing to lie that much about it, she's also willing to continue said lie. So you don't fool me. Especially Mr. William Hurtley. He definitely doesn't fool me. No, ma'am. I see you from here. You're a very conniving person. You and Liam Hurtley. But you know exactly who showed up here to see him. You and Liam knows who that is. Or you got a hint of knowing who that is. Everything will reveal themselves to me in time. I keep saying the same thing over and over again. I wouldn't be surprised if he's right out there staring at them right now. But that's too on the nose. Why would we be so close to the crime scene only to be caught? No. Baker Street. See what time it is. It's been 3 damn hours. And you know why it's been 3 damn hours? Because that damn little poison or potion damn thing pissing me off. I'm ending this in like the next
Mr. Holmes,
30
we found the
minutes.
sailors from that list you gave us.
Well done, Wiggins. Let me see.
Okay, list of sailors that been around in bars and stuff. Sailors don't necessarily mean
Initials that were found on the tobacco pouch.
no shit.
Wiggins, could you gather some information on one of the sailors that you found? His name is Patrick Cairns.
So once again, the game is trying to blind you. Oh, it's
We
Peter
found
Carey's
Patrick
tobacco
Cairns.
pouch.
Good job,
Because
Wiggins.
it's
Where is he?
PC.
He lives in a small furnished dump of a room, but he's always at the Sea Witch pub, where he does arm wrestles for money and drinks.
Excellent. Here is your reward. 2 guineas.
Thank you, sir.
If I wish to speak to Cairns without alarming him, I had better dress as a sailor. Now I can approach Cairns and see if he recognizes the pouch. Now I can approach Cairns and see if he recognizes the pouch.
Good gracious, you caught someone. At least now you have a suspect.
Hello there. Are you Cairns?
What do you want?
We've heard all about the gambling on arm wrestling here. You seem like the likely sort, and I'm up for it.
I start at 10 shillings.
Suits me.
That's the arm that killed 100 whales. Care to lose another 10 shillings?
I'm ready to try again.
Fine. If you want me to take all your money, no problem with that. That's the arm that killed...
Ah, I've had enough. You're
Okay,
too
enough.
strong.
Enough.
Come back later, when you can use your arms again.
I wonder how this works. It says the stamina is the gauge of restraint is R2. So I'm supposed to hold on R2 and supposed to press the button.
I'm ready to try again.
Fine.
So this represents Holmes' stamina or my stamina. Follow his facial expressions to understand whether he's losing or not, I guess. Hold to restrain. I don't get this. I'm supposed to build stamina. I don't seem to understand what's going on here.
That's the arm that killed 100 whales. Care to lose another 10 shillings?
So if I have enough stamina, full stamina, I could restrain him and okay, so...
I'm ready to try again.
Fine. If you want me to take all your money, no problem with that. You were lucky. I wasn't focused. Let's go again.
I'm ready to try again.
Fine. If you want me to take all your money, no problem with that. That's the arm that killed 100 whales. Care to lose another 10 shillings?
I'm ready to try again.
Fine. If you want me to take all your money, no problem with that. That's the arm that killed 100 whales. Care to lose another 10 shillings?
I'm ready to try again.
Fine. If you want me to take all your money, no problem with that. Well, good for you, I reckon. You're
So
strong,
that's how
lad,
you
and
do it.
look. Here's your 10 shillings.
The game
We
has
need
a
to buy
lousy
you a
way of
drink.
explaining that too.
Good winner as well.
You
That's
just have to
good.
figure it out
Let's
for
have
yourself.
a drink. You're a good type. Seems you've managed to settle down in life. You've got money, eh?
Not all that much.
Oh, well. At least you're not as poor as me.
So I took a point to get it back to 5.8, but now I'll give it a point for the reveal of this guy not being Peter Carey and the relationship of the wife and Liam Hurtley, because that's very important, because they're going to reveal who this killer is to me through their lives and behavior. So 2 points for the relationship and them lying ridiculously. It's very entertaining to watch them try to get out of it, fooling Sherlock Holmes, but Sherlock basically figured it out. And of course, for the log entry and the logbook information stating that this guy was on the Sea Unicorn, of the various different people, crewmen. So I know that was going to come into play sometime down the road, as well as I know the abbreviations for different companies going to come into play sometime down the road. So everything's being revealed slowly in time. But there are lots of little stupid things along the way, like the whole chemistry set thing, and of course, lack of explanation. So even though I knocked it down to 5.8, I gave it 2 points back with regards to the wife, and then 1 point back with regards to information that's leading away from Peter Carey and towards the guy who actually owns the cigar case, or which is this person. So that's 3 points. At least certain things are playing out accurately and correctly, and slowly revealing who the killer is by connections. So 3 points. So that's all I could say about that. Not so much using perception of your eyes and stuff. Those things come very slowly, and they are only needed to use when they're needed to use. Need to be used when they're needed to be used. But yeah, I would say I'm at a 6.1 with regards to the game. So I'm back in the 6.1 category. So hopefully the game will I would continue to give the game more points moving forward thereafter. But I believe it's a good idea for me to call it quits right now. It's almost 4 hours. But I've discovered many things. I've discovered this guy. I've discovered relationship of the wife and the gardener. I've discovered the boy is lying his ass off in regards to him not knowing about his, visiting Peter Carey to try to break in. But that was kind of done from the other day. And I guess the mystery man himself, slowly but surely, is being revealed through various different characters. And of course, the ever so annoying chemistry set, which took longer than should be needed because whoever made the game thought that it was the idea of sequence in series is jumping from thing to thing. It's not necessarily the case. It could be, but logically it doesn't really make sense in that situation. So you would have to think outside the box with regards to sequence in order. So, but you can't use the word series in that case because sequence in order don't really jump like that unless you're specifically designing it to be that way, and they could get away with that because it's their game and they could design it whatever the way they want, but that's not how things work exactly the way it works. That's it. I would say that's it for right now. I had to figure most of the things out for myself because that's the way I like it. I could have skipped most of the dialogue and go straight into the story, but that damn chemistry nonsense got me all hooked up because its explanation that from Holmes and from the actual image were contradicting each other in series and sequences, specifically designed to be that way, to be blind. Blind is all the way in this game, everywhere, all over the place. And I can't say it's a good thing. It comes across more as a bad thing than a good thing, because it's not helping the mystery of the game. It's just purposely put roadblocks so that you don't get towards the killer or solve the mystery at a time. But a roadblock is not really something that should be a good thing with regards to you solving a mystery. A roadblock is just a hindrance and annoyance. That's all it is. It's just a block to get in your way. It's not part of, it's not really part of the enemies, or should I say, no, it's not really part of the mystery solving. It's more of part of the hold you up so you don't have to solve it the way you want to solve it. That's what it's all about, rather than you to solve the situation yourself. Maybe roadblocks are good, but everyone knows roadblocks aren't good. You see a boulder in the middle of a street, you have to get around that block because it's blocking your path on the street. So it's designed to hold you up even though you know the correct path to go. And it's not part of the mystery either. It's just a passive thing that's thrown in there. It's not active. And the game trying to put it like it's an active thing in association with the killer, but I could see it coming from a mile away. That's just thrown in there to interrupt your train of thought with regards to actually solving the mystery, like chemistry set putting together in a series of sequences. What the hell does that have to do with the actual killer? That has nothing to do with the killer itself. That's just puzzle unassociated with the killer. It's a puzzle associated with the imagery and getting the ink off, but not with the killer themselves. So it's a separate little mini game that you're playing that has nothing to do with the actual killer themselves, but it's trying to put it off like it does because it's revealing content, but it's not really needed in the game because it's not directly connected. What's on the paper and words is connected, but the minigame to get it off is not really needed connected. Holmes could have done that without there needing to be a chemistry sequence in the game, because that chemistry sequence in the game has nothing to do with solving crime. It's chemistry. But I guess it's forensics. It would be considered forensics, and Holmes is a forensic detective in a certain sense, so it was necessary for him to do that. But if another situation like this pop up later on in the game where it's doing the same thing in sequence, then I'll obviously know it's not going to be following a pattern in sequence. It's just going to be doing whatever the hell it wants to do. What Holmes says and what's present are going to be two things designed to contradict each other, not to follow things accurately. So for right now, I'll call it a day. It wasn't bad, but at the same time, it was bad because it didn't make sense logically. It only makes sense if you think outside the box in sequence and series, but not logically. But even if you did think outside the box without sequence and series, it still did not follow the pattern of thinking outside the box. It followed the pattern of this is what I put here, 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 and here, and you have to put it exactly here, 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 and here. So even if you did think outside the box and put it outside of the box in a way that's creative, in your way, it would still say your way isn't the right way. It has to be done this specific way, not thinking outside the box in sequence series. Your way. It has to be done thinking outside the box in sequence series. Our way. So it didn't make sense, no matter how you look at it. It's basically the game designer saying, this is what we want you to answer the question our way. You can't answer the question your way. It has to be done specifically our way. And that takes away from the intrigue of the game, to be forced to solve something the game's way rather than freedom to solve it in your own way. That's what that was all about. It really wasn't that much about sequence and series and how they decide to interestingly put it together. It's more like we can put it as interesting as we want, but at the end of the day you still have to follow it the way we say. So you didn't really have freedom. You had to do it accurately, outside or inside the box.
Why do you say poor? You're not working?
I'm a harpooner, but you see, the whalers are rare. They don't pay much. So as a result, find myself arm wrestling to pay for my drink.
A harpooner. Interesting. You've had a lot of adventures, I bet.
Of course. It's been a dozen years since I sailed. I've seen everything. Old Wallace, damn Black Peter, Great Roger. We sailed to the Cape of Good Hope.
Black Peter, you say? I've heard rumors about that one.
He was the worst of them all. He was a liar, and violent too. Swinging those fists of his around. He was a tyrant, and not much of a captain. At least, not as good as Great Roger.
I see. Yes. I was told terrible tales about Black Peter.
But you ain't heard the worst.
Tell me, and let's have another drink.
It was in 1883 that it happened. The August of that year. Peter Carey was captain of the Sea Unicorn, and I was a spare harpooner. We were coming out of the ice pack on our way home. One evening, we saw a little craft that had been blown north. There was only one man on her. And he wasn't a sailor. The crew must have thought that she'd foundered, and they made for the Norwegian coast in the dinghy. I guess they all drowned. We took the man on board.
And who was he?
I dunno. During the crossing, he and the skipper enjoyed some long talks. His baggage was just a tin box.
That's strange enough.
Aye. Even stranger was that on the second night, he disappeared. Nobody knew what happened to him. And of course, nobody could ask Black Peter about it.
You know what happened, don't you?
I do. I saw the skipper tie his heels and push him over the rail in the middle of my watch on that dark night. 2 days before we sighted the Shetland lights.
Black Peter's a murderer.
Aye. Those that know him wouldn't be surprised to hear it. But all this must stay between us. All right?
Of course. Back in a second. I'm off to the Kazi.
I'll be here with my drink.
So I'm gonna end it there. I just wanted to see what he would say at the end. And he said enough. Alright, so the man on the ship to which they... So when our boy Joshua Nelligan took off, he didn't took off on the Sea Unicorn. He took off on a different ship. I figured it was the Sea Unicorn because investment banker thought it would fund the ship or creditors would invest in the ship for which the bank would know about the Sea Unicorn. But apparently the Sea Unicorn has nothing to do with the bankruptcy or anything. It was just a ship. So that's about the only thing I've been wrong about, which is mainly Joshua Nelligan took off on a different boat to escape, and Sea Unicorn probably found his ship, which was sunk by said creditors who wanted to kill him. And he is the only survivor. He survived with the tin chest for which Black Peter kept inside of his cabin, and for which someone killed him and retrieved said tin box, for which this guy, claimed Black Peter killed probably Joshua Nelligan and threw him overboard. He kept the box inside his house, and it's irony that he got killed himself. And the person who killed him reclaimed the box. So it's to believe one or two things. Joshua Nelligan is very much alive, which means whoever Mr. Peter Carey or whoever this guy thought he saw Peter Carey threw overboard wasn't Joshua. And Peter Carey didn't murder anyone. Or Mr. Peter Carey tried to murder him, but it didn't stick and he survived and came back to claim his property. Or Mr. Joshua did die by the hands of Peter Carey. And someone else knew about the chest, aside from our harpooner boy here, and came to claim that property for which Joshua had. And it would have to be someone associated with the creditors. I find it hard to believe that one of the other harpooners or sea people would care about that tin chest, unless Peter Carey spilled the beans to them of what it was before he killed Joshua. And I still can't say Peter Carey actually killed Joshua Nelligan, even though this guy is saying he did, saw him throw him overboard. Because who knows what he saw. But if his words is to be true, and Peter Carey did commit murder, it's most likely he wasn't the only one that saw the murder happen. Someone else saw it, the actual person that killed him. And that person that actually saw the murder happen, came to reclaim said property and killed Peter Carey in the process. So it was someone on the Sea Unicorn. Because as he's saying, no one survived the other ship or whatever that guy was on, other than Joshua himself. So, unless we're talking about passengers who were previously on the Sea Unicorn before Joshua came on board, it would have to be a number of new people present that aren't part of the whole crew list. Or there isn't no new people present. It is one of the crew members. But it's definitely not Mr. Carnes right here. Or however you would say his name. So yeah, that's the way I see it. That's the way I see it. Yep. Someone was watching them that night. Someone other than this guy Patrick. And that's the person that actually killed Peter Carey. So, yep. As I said, I suspected in some ways that I might knew who this person is based on everything that's present. And might knew is I can't truly tag the person officially until the person is revealed in some capacity. But I can point a direction towards this person. And the direction is clear and simple. It's someone that was on board the Sea Unicorn, as I said to begin with. I can't tag who it is on the Sea Unicorn because there are many people that are on the Sea Unicorn. It could have been Peter Carey, but as it's shown, Peter Carey. I mean, it could have been Patrick Carnes, who had the smoke pouch, cigar kit, I guess, seal design, and he was there to drink with Black Peter. But as we are shown, and as I hear it as well, Mr. Patrick didn't find Peter Carey to be in good regards. Actually hated the guy, drunk or sober. So why would his smoke pouch be present inside of the cabin of Peter Carey's place at the time or at the day of the murder? He couldn't possibly be drinking with the person that he despised and is a murderer. So why would that be there if it's actually Mr. Patrick's smoke pouch? If Patrick wouldn't sit with him, even in his best and worst day. They're setting up. It's a bunch of blind nonsense. That's all it is. Blind after blind after blind, trying to take you off the track. That's all it is. The person that was in the cabin, the person that he had a drink with, is the person that killed him. The smoke pouch could be related to it, or the smoke pouch could not. The only thing that's honestly true about the killing is that the killer was in there when it happens. That's the only truth. That the killer was in there when it happens because he actually did the killing. And it's highly possible that the killer actually either came directly after someone visited him before or was there prior and had a drink with him and did it during. That's the only truth there. Everything else are simply put there too as distractions. The wife, the gardener, everything. And you just have to break them down separately and put them away from each other and see how it plays out. So that's that. That's all I could say for right now. I'm gonna call it a day on this. Am I close to this killer? I'm close with regards to all the evidence leading up to the killer to be the killer. As stated before, the killer is a person that's on the Sea Unicorn. Highly unlikely the person was someone not of the Sea Unicorn, as I said in the first video, or the second. I just need proper information to direct me to said person that's mostly associated with behavior, nature, clothing, alcohol. This guy likes to drink, but so does Peter Carey. But this guy doesn't like Peter Carey, so it wouldn't be in the same presence or the same room with him. So he's off the table. Jealous of Peter Carey, probably. Seems more like the killer type, but something tells me he is not. The boy's the damn blind. Mr. Patrick is a blind. The gardener is a blind. But my eyes is not off the wife and the gardener. They know who this killer is. In some sense. And if I'm truly wrong about anything, before I log off here, if I'm truly wrong about anything, 100% is if and only if Liam Hurtley and the wife don't know who this person is. That's the only thing I would truly be wrong about. Everything in this game I've been half right about, half wrong about, or completely right about. But I've never completely been 100% wrong about something. I've always been half right or half wrong or completely right. Yeah, so it turns out to be someone that was on the ship. The only thing I believe I've been 100% wrong about was Joshua Nealgan being an investor or invested in the Sea Unicorn in some way as part of banking business. Like Peter Carey come into the bank, need money to make a good ship or to expenses paid for travels and stuff. They know each other, so on and so forth. So I would say if I'm 100% wrong about anything, since the beginning of the game, it's the bankers' bankruptcy and everything that's going on with them associated with the sea unicorn. But it's not 100% wrong still. It still is. It's not even 40 or 30% wrong because Mr. Joshua ended up on the sea unicorn anyway after bailing. The only thing wrong about the sea unicorn in association with the bankruptcy and everything is that sea unicorn wasn't involved in a business falling apart and going bankrupt. It's about the only thing I was 100% wrong about since the beginning of the game. That one thing and one thing only. I was suspicious about the right wife from the beginning. Turns out I was correct. I was suspicious about the kid who was breaking in. From the beginning, I know that he probably wasn't the killer, but he probably knows something more about the killer, or in association with said information that has to do with killer. I was right about that. Our mystery man, I was right about our mystery man being possibly in association with business ventures abroad or with the creditors. And the only thing I was terribly wrong about is Mr. Joshua and his bankruptcy associated with the sea unicorn from the direction of direct connection rather than indirect connection of association thereafter in said location. Something happened to sea, he ended up on sea unicorn. So that's about it. That's all I gotta say. But who's the killer? But you can't really tag who the killer is because there were many people on that ship. But at least I know the person was on the ship. So logical people who were not on that ship in August of 1883 aren't people who are probably said killers. Like Gardner, wife, and those people aren't killers. Even the damn kid and stuff. If they weren't on that ship, they probably weren't the killer. That's all I could say about that. What does Emma Kisa have to be with anything? Well, I've yet to discover that. If her murder was a murder that happened on that ship, and that means there were passengers on that ship unassociated with the list of pirates and so on and so forth. I mean, not pirates, list of sailors and harpooners and stewards and first mates and so on. There were more than just sailors on that ship. On a harpoon ship of all things. Whaling harpoon ship. Seal and whaling harpoon ship. Which doesn't make sense because it's not a traveling vessel to transport people from location to location. It's a ship designed for harpooning. They're not there to actually take people from location to location. They're just going out to sea to do a job. So it's highly unlikely that she would have been killed on that said ship, unless unless there's a blind there, unless there's a blind there, and more situations are hidden. But I doubt it. I wonder what her murder has to do with anything. Well, we'll see later on. Oh, voice is getting hoarse here. Should get off. Yep, very interesting. I now know the mystery man that was on that ship. And he's one of them. One of the workers on the ship. I'll be very surprised if he's not one of the workers on the ship. And some randoms. That's not Mr. Joshua. But that's it. That's all I gotta say. Who is it? Who is the mystery man? Who is the killer? It's not as simple as tagging who that person is. Things have to lead to him. I have to process of eliminate every single person that was on that ship. And then I'll know who it is. Alright, I gotta go.